just gotta do that. Okay, that was super weird. YouTube again. Being super weird. Anyway, guys, welcome back. It's your boy Stevie Wonders. Wondering why. It's your boy Streamy Wonders. Wondering why. Wondering what's up and what's gonna go on in the stream. Alright. And then, so let's go down to the README real quick. And then we can just check this part off. Alright? Because I just did that. And that's completely done. So we can change that out. See, this is the Trello board, okay? This is the Trello board, and it's free. I don't know if Trello is free. If it is, maybe I should switch. But until then, this is free. So this is basically what I want to do for the game jam. I do have a game design document as it is part of the thing for the game jam. The good jam. The gajum. Gum jum. Like, this is what I want to get done. I started brainstorming some stuff for like future, because this is gonna be kind of like a roguelike kind of thing. Like we could do that whole Balatro thing where we're just like, oh, mana generator. Like your starting mana generator is a gray one, and that's like the first one. And then you win with a gray, and then your starting thing is a fire mana generator. And then you can only do fire, and then we'll add some more like mana converters from like fire to water, fire to gray, that kind of thing. And you'll get different conversion rates, right? Like gray is good for everything because it's the base mana. So you get kind of even, but like fire and water, that's not going to have as good conversion rate. So maybe we'll do that later. So other than that, here's what we're basically working on today. Spells, we want to do Water Splash and Earthquake. I, in the very least, want to do those. But I also want kind of more spells than that, hopefully for this. So so we're gonna do that, and that's kind of what I have here under mana recipes. Yes, I can't spell. So yeah. Anyway, then once we set up those two spells, we can do enemies. We can start working on enemies. So that's basically the game plan for this stream. And then if we get all of this done, then I guess we might work on more spells. So like mixed spells. So like gray and fire, gray and water, gray and earth, that kind of thing. We could also like work on a mana splitter. These shouldn't take that much time, so we might do that as well. But anyway, that's the goals for the stream. So let's get into it. And here we have the game so far. This is the main menu. And then bam! Wow, look at that. A whole lot fucking different. I mean, a whole lot different than what we saw last time I streamed, just because, whoops. Interesting. I must have clicked on the direction thing. Somehow. But it's a whole lot different. Ooh. Okay. So gotta work on the boundary limits a little bit. But yeah, we have drag and drop on the spell parts. And then we can also change the direction on that. So you can create like a little thing here, and then when you want to switch, you can grab this little knob and change the direction on that, and we might get it so that the entire sprite rotates at some point. But as of right now, it's just the green dot that tells you where it is, and also where the mana goes. So, and we also got a little bit of spell animation going. If I wanted to add fire things, we could pretty quickly, but that's not what we need to do in order to get that MVP, which we need for the game jam. All right. So let's kind of get this started, shall we? Let's see if I can do this real quick. Here we are. Do that, and then bam. Cool. Now let's get started programming. We should add sound effects in here somewhere. Sound effects. Background music. Main menu, but yeah, there's that. All right. So let's do water splash, I guess. For that we need. So here's where it kind of gets tricky. Because we go to spell. The reason it gets tricky is a packing problem. Like, how am I going to do the sprites? How am I gonna do the sprites? Yank. Paste. And then instead of cast firebolt, cast water splash. And then we do the same thing again, except it's just cast earthquake. And then So, yeah, that's fine, I guess. I'm just trying to check to make sure that the audio is good. But the issue here is that Water Splash and Earthquake are two kind of very different spells. Also, you know what? We're gonna just change something, or we're gonna go script here. And I just want to, whenever we draw an enemy, also draw like a health bar above their head. Draw rectangle. Entities. Hitbox.x plus entities. I done hitbox.width by 2. And these are just going to be entities. Hitbox. Where are these going to be? I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I didn't really think about that. But like maybe plus 20. And then they can be red 20, and then 100, right? And then we're gonna just do minus 50 or something. This is probably not what we want to do, but we're going to change this to green. And then we're going to multiply this by max HP. And then that's fine. Times entities I dot HP divided by entities I dot max HP. And then we gotta go to game, and we gotta scroll all the way up. Paste that, but we go and delete that. Bam. Wham, bam, thank you, man. Get on the floor, so jam. What is this? 68. Let's search. It's because you're an entity. Okay. Does that solve all of your problems? does. Wha-bam! We now have a giant health bar for our giant troll. Nope, please. And then as it gets hit, it goes down. Perfect. Wonderful. Wonderful. We can just make that slightly smelly. More in the height direction than anything. But otherwise, I think that's a nice, good little health bar that will help us while testing. So cool. And then I think in spells is where we do the damage, yeah. If collides with enemies, then deal damage, then set the projectile to false. Out of curiosity, if we just go to A-Sprite real quick. If we go to A-Sprite real quick, there it is. There's the real quick. We go to spell projectile. I changed this up. Good enough. There, perfect. Alright, file, save, file, export, export. Yes. Alright. It's 1 second if it equals 2. That's fine. But the point of that being was to see if it works for the fire spell as well. Yep, it does. Look at it! It's so beautiful. And by beautiful, I mean oddly disturbing. But, there we have it. There we go. We need to work on it. But we can do that again some other time. So, perfection is what we're calling that. It's the most beautiful thing anything has ever seen in their it's the most beautiful thing anybody has ever seen in their entire life. Now we need to do a check, like we're gonna do if projectiles dot spell type I equals 0, and that'll do that. Else we'll have this as the base case, just for anything, and then else if projectiles spell type I equals 1, and then we can just yank that, paste, because water splash is going to be 2, and earthquake is going to be 3. And is that what we want to do? Is that what we want to do? And that question is mainly a how do we want to nest these if statements? Because if we put the if statement out here, then it's going to be like, well, these types are going to loop over, like, if you're a magic missile, then you're going to loop over the entirety of the enemies. If you're a firebolt, then you're gonna loop over the entirety of the enemies. But if you're a water splash, then maybe not. If you're or rather, okay, that's an interesting. Oh, never mind. It's not interesting. It's because of how I'm doing. Like, because we could do this, right? I think what I'm rambling on about is the idea that I think that's the idea that I'm rambling on about. So, essentially, right, like, if magic missile, check if you're hitting the hitbox, then do this. If you're a firebolt, do basically the exact same thing. And you know what? We'll change this to like 5. And then we can also add status effects. You know what? That's another thing that I want to do to enemies. Animations, waves. Statuses. And then spells. Apply burning status. Apply wet status. And then we can do like remove wet status. If not wet. right? Like we can have these different interactions. Kind of thing. We need some sort of air spell. Gust, let's call it. Remove wet. We'll see if that makes sense. And then we'll go up here and do gust as well. And then I guess we do that because we still have to apply statuses, and then we have statuses down here. So, like burning. So, yeah. Anyway, let's get back. Ink or ink J. Bust. Cast. Gust. And then, like, I gotta admit, this is not a good system to have. But look, we start from the bottom. Now we're here. Because now Earthquake is the only one that kind of applies it. Burning. Flying. For, like flying enemies and stuff. So. And I'd rather not do like a bit board. But we might have to do like a bit board kind of thing, you know? Might have to do a bit board kind of thing. We can also try to do some research. Apply status effects. Enemies. Game dev. Like, oh, that's because that's what we're looking at. LMAO. Here, the thing was frozen for a second. Okay. So, like, the question is, how do we apply status effects? And I don't know that answer off the top of my head, but we can keep working on spells. So, water splash. Cool, we have a hitbox, but this is going to be a problem. Frame times 16, which makes sense for little small boys. What's the yeah, and then we just yank you, and then we paste you, and then we just call it gust, and then we work on that later. That's how we handle our problems here. But that still doesn't do this. So it would be nice if I just did something smarter with this, huh? Anyway, so water splash. So my envisionment for water splash is like do I this size width. Right, that's 64. So like maybe 128 or 0 and then 128. And then write an additional 64 or something. Cool. And then like water splash can be this like huge thing that goes from like here to here or something, right? And then this would also be water splash. And then these are also water splash. And then I don't necessarily know how we're gonna do earthquake, but we're going to need to figure that out, I guess. Yeehaw. G, I think, yeah. Oh, undo. Undo. Control Z. Control Z. Don't punish me for not knowing what I'm doing. Alright. And then we'll want to, because this is just gonna go like whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Right. Whoosh. Whoosh. And then sea spray. cool. I mean, that looks like a professional artist at that, I think. And then this is more gonna look like whoosh. Or like that? Does that make that look better? Or maybe, I mean, that might be a good tool to use, but it's not what we want right now. And it's not what we want right now. But like, what we kind of want for Splash is a pop-up on the screen. It does its little thing, right? And then once it's done doing its little thing, it despawns itself. So that's what we're kind of thinking, and I'm so glad that that wasn't whatever. And we can always just change what these things look like. And then, which we're just doing this for hitbox reasons, so that I don't have to draw a hitbox. I don't really need a second line, but hey. And then since we're here, sprite, canvas size, let's do another 128 on the bottom. Oh, damn. Basically doubled that. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, you don't always get what you want. Yeah, you don't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you might just find get what you need. I hope I don't get flagged for that. See, I don't know what I want to do for Earthquake. Because part of me wants to do like a thing. Right. like, kind of thing. Let me just lower this. And we kind of just spray and pray in terms of hoping that we're erasing the right stuff. But it doesn't really matter because this is just concept art. And therefore, I'm not really too attached to anything. Like, maybe? And then, like, the idea being that it, like, kind of like the idea being that it literally spans the entire screen. Oh, whoops. Maybe it's more of like an Earth wave, where it's like this, except for, it like pops up, like maybe it's only like this, or like this, right? It's only like this, and that much of the screen is covered, and then it goes away, and then it moves forward, kind of thing. We'll have to workshop it. We'll also have to figure out more stuff. I think in spell unfortunately we have to do hitbox and then rectangle, source rect, and then go to game and scroll up. Right. Like, man, I want to have to do this, but like, also, because like every single one of these, I'm going to have to redo, or I'm gonna have to free at some point. And because I don't necessarily know how these are gonna be doing anything, because like we're ultimately pushing this to web for the PirateSoftware Game Jam, I don't know how these mallocs are gonna go down. I don't know what that means. Like, I don't know what this means. Also, we can get rid of nothing now, because that was how I was doing drag and drop. But now this is how I'm doing drag and drop, so that's fine. Anyway, spells. Now we need a yank, paste, hitbox, source rect, and then it's just gonna be XY width height. and we'll go through and fix these as we need. Wrong thing. I go, whoopsies! Yeah, that's Gus, so then we can just do. And then we're just like putting it as count. Because we're like, yeah, we actually belong here, guys. We're definitely not just imposters. And then we go back up and we do it all again. We do it all again. And then I think we just have... Yep, we just have this, and then we're good on that front. But now we want to change things a little bit, right? So for source rect, we're gonna have to do on this. That's just 0, 0. That's still 0, 0. Cool. Firebolt, basically the exact same thing, but let's check it out. Let's check it out. And that's 32, right? We do that. 0, 32. Okay. So all these source rex.x is going to be 0. The y is going to be a 32. That's still going to be 16. Dang, we're good. Water splash. Here's where it gets a little bit tricky. Source rect, still 0. That's not 32, but that's going to be 64. 64. Then the width is going to be 64. And just to make sure that that's... Yep, 0 to 127. So yeah, 64, and then the bottom is 111. 64. I mean, 64 plus 32. 96 plus 16. 112. So, yeah. So, 64 by 112? No. It's going to be width of 64. Height of 32 plus 16, or 16 times 3. And then it's 0, 16, 43, or 0, whatever. Shut up. And then we should also do the hitboxes of the same height, right? Height and width. $48, $64. Bam. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Earthquake, we don't have that done yet. Gust, we don't have that done yet. Alright? Cool. Now, drawing. So here we have frame times projectiles source rect I dot width projectiles source rect I dot height, and then doing the same thing. Because I don't think origin matters. And then I guess we're doing the projectiles hitbox I dot height divided by 2 and the width divided by 2. Okay. And does this break the world? Okay. That looks fine. That looks fine. And we're still missing because that's just the way the nuke is. Now that's hitting. Interesting. But they're not being disabled. Also interesting. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that one more time, because that's really weird. Okay, cool. Okay, why did he take damage? Okay, it looks like he took damage again. Interesting. We should probably draw a rectangle, and we undo that because that's not what we want to draw. Draw rectangle, rec, projectiles, hitbox, I dot hitbox I, color. All hitboxes are red under punishment of death. Ah, no. There it is. Okay. That's cool and fun and interesting. So let's just make sure that the okay hitboxes work. Now, now, why? Why? Oh. Perfect. There we are. Whoopsies. Just had a little bitty technical issue, and then we can just uncomment that anytime that we need to see the hitboxes again. Alright, we also should test gray mana. Oops. Oh, got it. See, I caught it. I did it. I don't know what gray mana should do. Okay, gray mana's fine. Perfect. 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 I think I need to create a water. A water mana converter now in order to get water splash, right? Like technically, quote unquote, technically. So let's do wand part. We'll fix that shortly. Okay. Fire mana converter. Or transformer. Water. And then we can also do like earth and air while we're here, but we won't make those until later. Air mana transformer. Alright, cool. And then we change this into yank. Paste. And then because that should be fine. And then if we go to game, what are we creating up here? Yeah, we're just doing a regular mana caster, so that's fine. And then we want to change this to a transform. You know what? I really should just get my nomenclature together. Fire, water, earth, air. Everything was okay until the Fire Nation attacked. Nope. Alright. Mana out. That should be 2, 3, 4. How does drawing this work? might have to go into Krita and do this. Source Rack. Which... Source Rack. Graphics, Krita. I should have these already done. So this is the thing that it's using. So that's the thing. I don't have any like mana sketched out for them yet, but we can soon enough. But water is going to be 4. Earth is going to be 2. And air is going to be 1. 0, 1, 2, fire is 3, water is 4. Cool. Alright. Dope. And then, if we just change the water, I really, you know what? Let's create. Let's do something that I was too lazy to do. Do a vector to position, and now I no longer need Krita for now, but it's a for now, so I won't close out of that. Just yank up. Now we're gonna get a bunch of errors in a bunch of places, but it's fine. No, before we do that, we go to the tab and then we start pasting. That's all we needed to do, and then we start changing these out with position. You know what? This is probably just quicker. Oh, no. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Crisis averted, everyone. Don't worry. Don't worry. Mana accumulator, that's a vector to like 200, 300. And then we might want to do like a direction thing too. But and then like and then we'll init water mana? Yep. Water mana transformer. Water mana transformer. Fire mana transformer. So if I run this, cool. They're in the same place. Out of curiosity, what happens? Okay, so we do get mana. There's just no visual because we don't have a visual. And let's just hop into mana real quick to see how that works for that. Okay, so we're just gonna want to copy that. I don't know why this is the way that it is, but I'm not going to 2, 3, 4. So I'm not going to change it just yet. Because the way I see it, this could be just like 64 times the mana. Type, but I guess not. And then we just go to Krita. I don't know what typing, but yeah. We just Control C, Control V that. Move it down here. Right. This is 128. How high are these? How tall is the mana? Like it looks like it's 64, right? Like that I want. So if it's 64, that's 128. 192 is the height on this thing. I should really start boxing stuff. And then Control C, Control V. 192. That's like 254 or something. 256, sorry. And then Control C, Control V. 320. Sure, and then this is water. So we just paint. I think this stuff was more of a is there a selected area or something? Paint layer. What is it? Merge with lab below. There. Now we no, not that one. This one. Why is this so cool? Alright. I feel this might be the wrong way of doing this. Okay. Especially when it's not. We're just in programming art now, so prototype art phase. When I feel like coloring, we will do that. Then, but until then, we do it like this. And then still don't have a good idea on what is wind mana look like. I've just been kind of doing like gray stuff, but how is gray different than gray? I ask you this. In this case, it's gray with circular outline to gray. So cool. Anyway, let's just save this, and then we just export this. Interesting. File edit. I thought it was just export. I'm new with Krita, so give me a moment. Export. .png. .png. Wait. Cancel. File. Export. A pinga. Alright. Save. Yes. Okay, this is what I saw before. Cool, that's why I haven't saved as both, but I guess you just wouldn't understand that. Anyway. Cool. Now, let's see if the blue mana shows up. It does. Interesting, how it does that. And then I don't have a way to cast blue mana yet. Which, is fair, I guess. Let's go. Update game. If we just yank, paste, two, then we cast water. Error? No error. Nice. And then we change this. Cool. And what that should do is should be completely wrong. But what that should do That is not at all what I was expecting that to do. It's cool. You gotta admit, it's kind of cool. But we gotta change that. So I think that's a spell thing. What a splash. Hitbox with height. Why is that also like upside down? Because if we look at the spell projectiles. Oh, wait. Save. Export. Is that the issue? Is that the issue, Johnny? Yep, it was the issue. Now it's off. It's off a little bit, but yeah. That's fine though. Whoops. So it's 064. $64 plus 48 is 112. $64.48. And then we go down to draw call. That's not draw call. This is draw call. And we see here frame times width I forget how this works. Can you do the pop-up for me? So source, dest, origin. So source. Source rect I dot y plus animation, and we might as well do the same thing for this, despite the fact that we know that it's 0. For our current case. But I don't know if that would help at all. Okay. That kinda did. Like, unironically, it just changed it into the Earth. Like, now it's down here, I think. No, it looks like it's even getting that, so it's getting... It's hard to tell how much it's going down, but, If I had to guess. Like, is animation set to 1 or something? Animation is set to 2. For whatever reason. Oh, is that what I was doing? What, like, fire? Firebolt? Like, that's so weird. Let's see if Firebolt works with, let's make sure that all of them work. How about that? So, let's change this. And while we're waiting for that to load. Okay. That seems to work. And now we change it to fire because like this works, which makes sense. It's a base case. See, this doesn't work. That doesn't work, but does water work? And water works, everybody. Water works as intended. As intended is a strong set of words, but it works for animational purposes. Because animation should just be set to 0 for all of these. And the reason being is now that we have a source rec, we can specify. And then the only reason we would change, like, this is animation 0, this is animation 1, this is animation 2, technically. But since we have the source rec, now this is the source rec. This is animation 0, animation 1, animation 0, animation 1, animation 0. So all these animations should be 0. Unless we want to do something freaky. I do want to at some point change it. Whoops, what did I do? What did I do? Oops, I did it again. I do want to at some point change it so once it hits an enemy, it goes splash or whatever. And then changes to the secondary animation where it like plays the hey, I hit an enemy kind of dealio. Eventually. We're not there yet. So all the spells should be good now. Now we got to figure out this thing because the idea behind casting water splash is that like it just doesn't go anywhere. Right? Like, it's like sploosh. And then it's like a high damage attack that's right in front of your face. I'm thinking. And we might as well remove damage. Considering how we're doing this. I don't know where we're doing it anymore, but I know we're doing it somewhere. What is this? Okay, man. Update spell because down here we're like, hey, do 5, and I guess we could change that to the damage number, but it might just be better. Like, I get it. It's a floating number. It's a floating number. But also, I don't know. We'll figure it out eventually. Figure it out. But yeah. So now when we cast it, then we want to check for all the enemies within the hitbox. And then we want to, like, disable the spell. And then we want to disable the spell. Which I don't necessarily know how to do that with our current setup. Which is really just fine, right? Because, like, I can easily just put this in here and then have a for loop in each one of these if statements. And that solves my problem. And we know that this is getting run every time, no matter what. Only one of these, if projectile spell type equals a certain thing, is going to be called at a time. Like, per projectile. Each projectile only has one spell type. So it's not like I'm at the risk of being like, oh, 4 NJ enemies max. Like, I'm not in danger of having that run a million times. And I really hate that, but like, it should fix itself in a moment, so don't worry. And then we just yank this. Paste, paste, paste. then I gotta do it again for this one because I forgot to. Oh, undo. Is that correct? Is that the correct number of brackies? Is that what that name is? Is that literally what Bracky's channel name is a pun on? Calling brackets brackies? If it is, I feel so dumb for not realizing it until now. So let's just make sure. Cool. Alright. You know what we could do? We could... And now, like, this is kind of, this is kind of fruity. But we could, in fact, implement the second implementation. Implement the second implementation. No, implement the second animation. And what that would do is, instead of disabling the projectile here, we could just be like, bam, and then up here we're like, animation change, or like, if animation equals 0, if frame equals 2, and then if animation equals 1, go until the last frame, whatever that is, which in this case it's 2, but then instead of, well, we're doing that, and I don't care what you say. You may say it can't be done. You may believe that it's not possible. Well, I'm going to tell you that it is possible. And I'm going to prove it to you. Animation equals 1. That way we can have more than one animation. If we want it. And then projectiles enabled equals false. And then we just do animation equals 1. Or animation equals true. We don't want to... It means the same thing if we're being honest, but and we're not gonna like want to do that with all of them, you know. Like for spell type equals 2, which is the water one, we're just gonna want to set the animation to equal 1. Oh my god, I'm a genius. we'll workshop that. Um, like all of these three, we want that to be animation equals 1 instead. And then we can just be like, if projectiles animation I equals 1, then continue. Because we don't need to do the rest of it. We don't need a check. We already applied our damage. We don't need a do it. Like, so now if we run this, let's see what's up, shall we? So if we put that up there, put this, we should start seeing X's and O's. They want me. O's. We're not getting that. Are we still doing whoops, we can close out of this. Are we still setting the frames back to 0? No, we are not. We want to animation equals true. That is not what we want. We do want that to say 1. Okay, yank J. And then some of these I forgot to say enabled equals false. But well, do want to do like ink based minus 50 or something, like something high. I should probably set Hey, and we got some X's. And that's representing the bubble popping. We got some outlined things, so that's representing me being too lazy to create a animation. And then water. But that's going to do that. I don't know how to fix water. Man. I don't know how to fix water yet. Because like I could be like in here if spell type equals water, then do this. But I don't know, man. I dunno. Because we could just go in here and be like, if spell equals water, then set the animation to 1. But I don't like that. Maybe we do a loopable thing. And then we say if frame equals 2, and then if projectiles frame I, or loopable I, then this, else yank, paste, whoops, and animation equals 1. The only trouble is that's kind of weird and dumb. Because then I have to start setting loopable for everything. The animation struct just grows. Yeah, I don't like this. Right, like, I don't like that. Let's just do spell type does not equal 2. Cool. Then we go like that. Then we can go like that, and then we set that up. Zero, 1, 2. But interestingly enough, I don't know how to say this, but that's not working. I don't know how to put this gently. Yeah, if spell type does not equal 2, then frame equals 0. If it does equal 2, then animation gets set to 1. If animation is 1, enabled equals false. If animation continues, so it doesn't keep doing things. Right? And we know that that's just one spell, so why? I know I won't ride in the cavalry. And I just want to make sure that I'm going to cast 2. Cast Water Splash. Then go to cast Water Splash. which is in spells. Spell type equals 1. I don't even know if this ever gets called, but we gotta change it because it's there. And technically it will at some point. I know I won't ride in the cavalry. Jump from a plane. Oh, sweet. It works, ladies and gentlemen. It works. I present to you the water splash. And maybe we should have it cost more mana. Maybe we shouldn't. Who's really to say? But like, and it should probably be a bit bigger. But hey, you know what? We got something that works like I envisioned. Now the reason we're just waiting here is for that big troll to get over here. But instead of waiting, we're just going to increase his speed. The effect is cool. And then wait. And then look. And that's weird, but okay. And we're also going to double that. And bam. And then set that up. So now we should be casting Water Splash. Dope, dope. And we should have like a frame time kind of thing. I know I won't ride in the cavalry, jump from an airplane, fire the artillery. But as far as I'm concerned, that worked. That worked. And then I'll be right back. But I'll set this up so that you guys can enjoy watching the troll be murdered. Fire the artillery. Ba, 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 da, 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 da. This life is good enough for me. I don't really know the words to that, if I'm being honest. If I'm being honest, it's kind of chilly, so I'm gonna put on a sweatshirt. I know I won't ride in the cavalry, being part of the artillery. Alright, I'm back. Like, really back, though. Not like the fake back. Where... Anyway, so here's... One moment. I'm just wondering. Hey guys, welcome back to the stream. What was this? Oh, that's the last thing that I did. Oh, I got 3 views on that. I know I won't ride in the cavalry. Interesting. Alright, I'm just wondering if I go here, I say slash marker. What does that do? What about slash marker? Nothing, right? Absolutely nothing. I guess you can do an add stream marker here. What if I know I can run and live a dream? Alright, so we got water splash working. Interesting. understand that. I'm just wondering if I should go to whatever. I'm just wondering if I should head over to Twitch and stream there, because if I could do slash markers, that could be really good. I don't know. I don't know if I should, though. I don't know if I should. If you have a opinion on that, weigh in. I don't know if I don't know how to stream to both at the same time, though. Which I guess this should be a question. That I should have did before. Interesting. Why would you want to stream to 2 different YouTube channels? Anyway. Semi-free. Alright, I guess I'll figure that out for next time. Add Markdown to your OBS. Why would you want to do that? Auto subtitle was nice. Interesting. Just thinking. Just thinking. Anyway. I need to get back some of my things. My things, you know? My things. Some of my OBS plugins and stream stuff, because I used to have it where you subscribed and then something popped up and stuff, and then I moved over to Linux, and now that's no longer a thing. Because reasons. Because not everything works with Linux. That's why. And then we just do that. Interesting stutter. Not exactly sure why that happens. Alright, it's getting too close. It's getting too close. Water it. Boom, baby! And then we just start shooting fireballs again. We're gonna want to figure out how to do like piercing and stuff like that. Fire stuff now pierces through one additional enemy. Or if we do like lightning, we'll want to do like chain lightning kind of thing. But in the meantime, I think we want to start spawning more enemies. I think that's what I want to work on. We got the water splash done. I mean, we could do earthquake. And gust is gonna be basically the same as water splash, so we can do that real quick. Let's just spell projectiles real quick. And let's just make some light stuff. We can just do BAM! What's going on, man? What's going on? But this is gonna need to be a lot bigger, you know? You know, dog? You know? You picking up what I'm putting down, man? You feeling it, Mr. Krabs? You feeling it? Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Like, maybe we reanalyze what we're doing here, huh? So, so I think if I just increase the I think if I just increase the hitbox, it should be fine for water splash. So what if I do like times 4 and times 4? Because if we can figure out the water splash situation. Okay. That is the general thing that I wanted. Let's add a float animation speed game, because I feel like 1 second is just way too long, and I don't like one second for like it's fine for some things, but not for others. And then we go to spells, and we actually just yank that kind of. Oh well. And then we do like projectiles animation speed I equals like 0.1 F, and then if we just propagate that through. We'll probably want to increase that time for certain things, but let's see how that looks. We'll probably look too quick for... Okay. Oh, that's because I didn't... That's because I didn't do anything. We also want to do a mana thing real quick. And it's going to be an update mana. Okay. We're just going to skip that. Because I don't particularly like that. then we're going to test if game mana dot position dot y is greater than 400, 440. If so, then game mana dot enabled I equals else. Then we continue. Hush, 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 little baby, don't you cry. And we'll continue those in the other directions eventually, but now we go back to spells. And then in update spells. We do projectiles, animation speed. So that should be going 10 times faster. Okay, that's good. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay, I can slow down, but that's looking good. And that's looking good. Right? Because you gotta remember it's like doing stuff. And you know what? We might want to change the spells to 1/60th or something. But for each, like for the water in the very least, like for the water, we don't really want to do that. Don't really want to. So I think the issue here is cast water. And then we want to maybe like minus. Yeah, I think we just want to do like 2 times that. And I don't know why that's slowing down. Kind of what we're looking for here. Why does that take so long to disappear? Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I don't ever wanna hear you say I want it that way. Oh, that's why, because it goes back to. Okay, we'll fix that eventually. Let's do an HTAP real quick to learn about some things. Okay. So, alright, the Windows manager is taking up a lot of memory. And I'm willing to say that's my fault. Because I'm not freeing anything whenever I close the thing. Quit real quick. And let's free stuff. What kind of stuff do we have to free? We gotta free all this. Yank. All this. That being said, I could just do like a free part, like I did free mana, free spells, free. I think that might be what I'll do. And then I'll just free the enemies. I'll do this and then free game enemies. And then free game enemies.enabled. And then from here we'll just do spell void free spell projectiles, and then it's just spell projectiles star projectiles, and then we just kind of like delete all these, put them in here, and then delete. buddy. Way to follow on that, but undo. Did that not include hashtag include stdlib in here? Okay, 0. Oh, hashtag include stdlib.h. Cool. Free spell projectiles. Then we can do free spell projectiles game. Just make sure that that is in fact a pointer. That. Free mana to cast, yeah. And then we want to go to wand parts. You taking care of that? This problem, yeah. No. After I do this, I will have to restart my computer. So, wand. So I will have to be back. Void free wand parts. Free parts. Then we gotta do hashtag include stdlib. Free parts position. Free parts direction. Free parts mana. Parts part type. Cool. And then anyway, building around this. That explains why I was getting okay, cool. That actually looks like an animation now. Okay. Cool. And then if I just do that, how does that look? They could do better, but yeah, anyway. And then we go to HTAT. Let's see here if I can just free memory after C program loses. Yeah, that's rough. or huge memory. Okay. Okay. Cool. What if I close this? Open terminal. Get back in there. Cool. Htop. Alright, back down. Cool. Don't need a restart. That's fun. Love that. Firefox taking up a lot of stuff for some reason. Oh, cool. Interesting, very interesting. Okay, useless. Flashbang myself. Jeez, why is... Like, what's taking up my CPU? Because I also need to be able to CMake Yeah, like right now, I see no reason why you wouldn't just water splash like 24/7, you know? I see no reason. Because look at that. Yeah, that just destroys. That just destroys my guy. Alright. But like, in comparison to everything else, the water thing just destroys. So, I don't know. I don't get. And yes, I like literally creating it, but like I don't know what the point of the spell is if it's not high damage. Well, maybe high damage is I'm calling free, right? Yeah, cool. Anyway. Spell. Let's do printf. Successfully freed spell projectiles. And then like 10, and then yank based STD. Oh. And then, right? So if we do maybe it's like 20 or something. 25. Because that's still a lot. Okay, interesting. Okay, I don't know what that hole and the thing was, but because we can do something like that. And then when he gets close, we can do that. Boom! Washed away. You know? Anyway. Let's close that. Let's go back into game. And then we can do stuff. Because don't you just like doing stuff? I know I do. That's why I do stuff every once in a while. Yeah. We can do Earth. And we should probably change these. Like 400. And then like 500. And then like 600. And bam, that's working good. That worked good. And then we're gonna need a cast. Paste if 3 or no 3 and that's not gonna be water splash, it's gonna be earthquake. Let's just do that. And does this do? Nothing. Cool. And we go to spell. Earthquake, which we're going to want to be like 64. How tall is earthquake? It's 64. I'm gonna say it's 64. Source rec. Zero. 112. 64, 60, 64. And let's just make sure. I don't see why that wouldn't cause something to appear on the screen. And oh, not what I wanted, but don't always get what you want. Okay, interesting. That's because it's not 112, it's 64 more than And you don't always get what you want. No, you don't always get what you want. But you try sometimes. Okay, perfect. And honestly, I'm not necessarily mad at that. Right? Like, I'm not mad at that. Right? And we like slow down the animation a little bit. And maybe even tile it. We do that. We just delete, delete, delete. Delete. Now, obviously, this actually, we want to undo everything that I just did, because really, all we want to do is delete take this. Move it that, and then we can delete this. I just do that, and then maybe if I do a little bit of that. This definitely kind of sounds like Christmas. Winter Wish. Oh, would you look at that? Tribal warfare, that's what I'm talking about. Why did that change that? What changed? Tell me. Why did literally anything change? Why did anything change? Should it only be 160? Let's try 160. Which kind of like feels wrong, but also like it's not like a organized sprite sheet that I'm using. Okay, that's perfect. We'll want to lower that. And you know what? That's fair. But we'll want to change that as well, right? Because but that gets changed in this thing. And what's the spell type? It should be 3, right? Spell type is 3. This is gonna be 4. 4. This is 3. And then Earthquake. What we're gonna do with Earthquake is simple, guys. It's simple. It's also easy to understand. It's simple and easy to understand. Three. Something. But we want it to keep on going, and maybe we just make it 5, because chances are it's gonna hit this dude like multiple times, right? As it runs. So like 4. We divide whatever we see by 4. Okay. 1. So 1's more appropriate. Maybe like 0.25. Well, another thing that I was kind of thinking was maybe we can leave that there for now. Ooh, that's interesting. That's definitely like the thing with this, right, is that it is going to um, go through multiple enemies. So like this is gonna go through multiple enemies, but that's just like right there. So like high damage is fine. This is gonna be low damage, but like it's also gonna hit everybody on the ground. Get on the ground. We want to cast Earthquake like on the ground, essentially. And I might want to go in here and while that's playing, take like this beige color and just hit fill. I don't know. Ah, here it is. Brush. See the other leak? Take the brush. Do that. And like maybe one up here for these. Like again, programmer art. And like maybe these could be like a lighter. Like that way we have 3 different like tones for the different stuff, and then file, save, file, export. Cool. Let me just do shop real quick. Looks like Firefox is still the most hungry, which is good. So we're going to want that lower, but Could be a little bit higher, but we could also alter this to be a little bit lower. But I do like how that looks with the like it stands out more is what I'm trying to say, rather than looking. So and then the counter to this is flying enemies. Literally anything that's above here. And then then you do that, and then it's fine. And then you're safe again, and it's fine. So my thing is, like how you balance this is hard to tell. I think this should be a darker shade for me. And so let's do that. Then just do deeper. And then maybe some over here or whatever. Like I don't know why I'm doing this because I'm literally going to take a day and color all this in. Myself. So let's Control S. And then maybe Control S, Control E. So there's that, and then we have I mean, see, this is like a lot, but it's not. See, I like that a lot better. And then all we got left is Gust. Gust. Yankee. Good old dandy. Paste. And then change this to nothing, maybe. And then we'll go to spells. We'll go to spells. Yeah. That's down. That's there. That's there. So hitbox is still 64 by 64, let's say. And we check that in here. Or like 0, 224 to 271. What? Oh, it's 48. Source 0, 221 or something. Let's just do 64, 160 plus 64 is 224. 224. Need to spawn a air dude. Air dude. We'll put this up. 700. This at 600. Go back to spells. And that is really hard to see, but we interesting. Spell type equals 4. Spell type equals 4. Oh. Gust. And then I was subtracting. Cool. That's basically exactly what we wanted. Let's just And we'll probably change this. But we'll just erase the shorter ones. Oh, what's the picker? I. Maybe. Plus equals 1, let's say. You know what? I'm very okay with that. And then, like... I think we want to make the gust, like, taller. But because, like, the gust doesn't... Because the gust is just, like, moving past him, I'm very okay with that. And it's not like it does any damage. So I think that's good. We'll obviously want to come back and revisit them. But, as far as I'm concerned with today, like, those are done for right here, right now. Mana converter, we finished that. Kinda did this. I think to some extent we need to lower how many spells we can put out, but it might be fine. Like, once we might want to. So like, what kind of sucks is this? Right, like, the bam, 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da. Right. Like, this is kind of what it is, and then like all you're doing is switching the mana types. Like, if we do like that and that, then like that lowers the speed or something. Like, it applies mud, and then like maybe it just like creates mud like all throughout here. But I guess what we could do is have like converters that take in fire, take in water, and then create like a third thing with it. So like you're like, okay, Earth, and you get a little doodle god with it. You get a little doodle god with it, and then you're like, oh, Earth and air, that makes sand mana or something. And then you cast enough of that, and then it's sandstorm. But I still like the idea of mana recipes where it's like, okay, well, I have 20 Earth and or 20 fire and 80 earth, and then magma, right? And it's the exact, and maybe it's the exact same thing as earth. But first of all, you kind of got to get through the game a little bit, because you won't have all of these available. You'll start with maybe one of them, and then you'll have gray mana, which will just like not have any weaknesses. Like, it's not good, but it's not bad. And then yeah. And then you'll have fire, but like, oh no, the water elemental is coming. You do less damage to a water elemental. Oh no, the fire elemental is coming. You heal the fire elemental. Kind of thing. Anyway. Let's get some more enemies. Let's work on some enemies. So, game. Enemies max 100. How's aged up there? Alright, sweet. Let's just do that for now. And then we understand the assignment, because that's the only way you kill that many trolls. That being said, spells. Do I... Okay, yeah. Eventually, they just end. So that's good. Yeah, I think the mana might need to just be slower. Because damn. I don't like how close they're getting. Oh shit. Yeah, the fact that the health bars all kind of overlap is not necessarily helping in my quote unquote anxiety with dealing with the trolls. And you know what? I kind of figured I would have killed them all by now. Like, there's only 100. And I don't think I have a respawn system. Sorry, guys. Here. Yeah. 3 of those kind of devastate. Like, obviously, if they were faster, right? Like, trolls are a slow-moving enemy. Let's just do that. Earthquake in there? Or 3? I didn't even mean to make 3. Like, that does a bunch of damage. Right, just having... Like, right now, just having 2 spells, I'm doing pretty good. And, like, I'm nerfing myself. Really am. Because, like... I could just be doing that and be fine. Really is hard for me to justify. Let's do 1 or 2 of those. Because that'll clear out all the low health ones. And then this will like blast them just back to the Stone Age. I should multiply that by DT, I think. Yeah, I think. But, we'll see if they come back, because, like, I should have only spawned in 100, but I feel like this is a lot more. Or wait, was it 100 or 1,000? 1,000. let's move that out. Just start splish splashing them. Because, yeah, the way that the water thing kind of goes is, it's OP. Maybe I think what's happening is that it might be hitting multiple times. Like, it could be hitting, like, 2 or 3 times. More like a lot of times. Because you can just see their health get ripped down to 0. Maybe it's... equals 0 kind of territory. No, I think that's not the solution. Enemies. We'll want to do a few things here. We'll do a float iframe. Oh, and because it's enemies, I don't have to free that. But we can do like a damage enemies. Void damage. Enemy. Then IDX. Float. DMG. And yeah, so that would just change this to damage enemy enemies J, and then we'll call it 10 for now. Okay. And And then and then paste. Enemies, IDX dot HP minus equals DMG. And then enemies. That iframes equal like 1 or something, and then well that's that like 0.2f. If enemies IDX dot iframes is greater than 0, it is not greater than 0, so less than or equal to 0. And then enemies I dot iframes minus equal dt. And then spells, and then we just change this into all of these. And then this will also set them on fire eventually, but we don't need to do that right now. What is this? What is this? Oh, game. So let's see how this works with this. Because we'll probably need to up the damage on this. I'm dead. And not a single one of them. Okay, that's how much health they lost now. So what if we change it to 1? Five times the damage. Keep in mind, I plan on lowering the Because I want the spells to feel good. Like, if you take nature, or earth, and you're like, oh man, the spell kind of sucks. That being said, this is a tanky enemy, or is supposed to be. You know what? I'm kind of okay with that damage. That being said, I don't necessarily remember how many it took to get them that far. So what also could be cool is if we change. Oh well, that's the. That's the gray mana plus fire. Okay, that's a lot better, I think. That probably needs a nerf, considering I mean, let's see if they come back. Yeah, they're gonna come back. Up here, I can probably put like the gray mana, the green mana, or gray fire, earth, water, air, stuff. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that damage. Because that's a lot of fire. That's a lot of earthquakes that they're taking. And if I cut the mana rate in half, then we're gonna like see them get quite a lot farther. I guess I could simulate that by extending this. And maybe like I don't want the density to like go off. And over distance, but like that certainly slowed the rate down a little bit, but I don't know if Like maybe the mana caster should be like over on the right, and maybe the mana like maybe we'll lock it so that this can't go past here, and then maybe we'll do it so that that can't go like that. And that way it's not who died? But like that causes this kind of thing. But it definitely slows it down. Like slows the rate of spellcasting down. Because like the mana is losing density as it goes. Yeah, that it takes so long to cast stuff now. Which makes sense, like the most optimal way to do things is it's like with how it's set up right now is so yeah, like even just by putting that so much closer like that's insane how much that goes. But I mean, I like that it's 1,000 and nothing bad's happening in terms of performance. That being said, like, I'm used to running stuff that's like 10,000 times 10,000. And to some extent that this is like these are on each other. Like So there's that. You know, like the performance is still good despite the fact that it is n squared algorithm. So that's nice. I mean, I'm happy with the performance. We got the first 5 spells in technically. Oh, whoops. You need to start going down there again. We got the first 5 spells in. So that's good. We need more enemies. We need to work on the animation for the spells. And then once we get more enemies in, we can kind of start to balance it. I guess we need to work on the firebolt because the firebolt's obviously the weakest of the spells. Firebolt's the weakest of the spells. Because, I mean, we just look at that. Even at the rate. That being said, Firebolt is also supposed to set them on fire. So it is missing a major component. And if we move that down there, we have splish splash and we're taking a bath. And I mean, that does a lot. It is hurting them a lot. It's just not doing enough to kill them, which I think I'm okay with that. Hey, we got through the 1,000 enemies. We didn't kill all of them, but we got through them. Because, like, hopefully, the water splash will kind of be used as, like, an oh shit. Like, get me out of this bad situation, but I don't want it to be the, oh, water splash. Kind of thing. Like, it should kind of be like a grenade or something. Or maybe what it should do is it should also push them back a little bit. Like, not as much as wind does. But, like, just a little bit. You know? And because, like, to some extent it's like a water gust that's like slamming into you. So, like, it's something, right? Where is it? I think it's this. And technically right now it's just like the magic missile. You know what? We'll add a knockback function to this. Nope, that looks even worse. Yeah, sure. Knockback entity float knock back, and then hitbox.x plus equals knockback. And then we'll also do this, and then .1.0f, and maybe we say that wind does a little bit of damage. And then these are just going to be 0. Because and then we'll just run that a little bit. See what happens. Let's see what Windows. Because now, yeah, we're gonna have to buff up wind. Because by putting it in that function, we gave them iframes from being knocked back. I mean, you see them getting punched back a little. But I think it needs to be a little bit more. Like 2. And then 4, let's say. It's cool that we've finally hit the balance section of like the game, because this is, I guess, a complicated game. Like it's right now it's simple. Okay, that's interesting. That's not as good looking as it used to be, which, oh well, right? It's also not as powerful as it used to be, and oh well. Let's see what Water Splash does. Like, that feels a lot more powerful, right? Like, that looks a decent amount more powerful. Especially with the actual amount of things that it's killing. Okay, now, like, some Oh man, one troll finally got through. I think water's a bit overpowered right now. I'll create the like the proxy thing. We'll see if earthquake clears them out or not. Looks like it does. Even at this like unoptimized thing. Yeah. So Earth may be a bit overpowered right now. Fire's underpowered, but that's because it only has part of what it's doing. Like, eventually that's gonna start like burning people and setting people on fire. Wind might be a touch underpowered. But like I'm just trying to see, because if I add 0.2, like to get it back to where it was, it would need like 5. But also, if we look at it, then it doesn't look as good because the bros get shoved back 5. Yeah, it's so much more janky. Like jerky. Versus, I'm just going to move it outside the iframe thing. And then if I knock that back down to 1, like it'll look so much better because it's not as jerky. See, that kind of looks like they're being blown back by wind. And it's kind of natural. But that's so much better. Hell, that's even better than it was before. So maybe we just put it at like 0.8. But if we do this, then we're going to have to And like to some extent, it should be like times dt or whatever. But I don't. Like maybe 0.6. You know what? I'm very okay with this. Maybe I'm not very okay with that, but like, let's do some water splashes, because now we should definitely see that water splash is super OP. Because like I have I don't necessarily hate the knockback on that. But if it's gonna have the knockback like that, then it needs to have less damage. Like, you know what I mean? And maybe we can like raise up the hitbox on it so that it is like flying enemies too. There's also the idea that we create this like velocity. Like we create this velocity thing. We create this velocity vector. We also create acceleration vector for the entities. And then we have like an acceleration that slows down based on the velocity. Like if it's at their maximum speed, then slow down, right? Then no more acceleration. And then what knockback would do would be set velocity to be negative. And then we would only need to do that once. Which I like, but I think that might be... that might be kind of interesting. Let's see. Oops. Vector 2. be right back. I'll just go out the game real quick. I'll be like, yank, paste, paste. I'll go to the bathroom. You guys can watch this play out. I'll be right back. Remove. I don't like the cold flu ones. I think that they're creative, but I don't. Whoops. But as like a thing, I don't like them. Let's see here. Alright. So we have acceleration and velocity to implement. Let's just set both of these to 0. Let's also set both of these to 0. And then that's going to be enemies. Enemies I dot velocity dot x. And then we can basically just do this, but velocity. Well, we can just do plus equals now. And then this changes to acceleration. Right? And then we say, come over, baby. I think you're pretty. Acceleration dot x equals. Let's also define a maximum velocity. Max velocity, and we might as well make that a float. And then in here we call that whoops. that's 32, that's 32, that's 0, that's 0. And this is also 0 because we don't want the main character moving. And then paste just so I can do max velocity equals 100. No, 50 for a troll, I guess. Acceleration is... want to change that to negative? Do we? So negative 50 minus some value. Divided by 20. So 50 divided by 20 equals 2. Sure. Let's see what that does. They're accelerating. I guess I should enforce the maximum speed at somewhere. But it also doesn't look like they're going too fast. Anyway, so we change damage. We change velocity to be equal to the knockback. This is going to change a lot of things. Okay. Kind of. I kind of dig it. I kind of get jiggy with it. So this'll be better, I think. I love that. Not what I want, but I love it. It's like they're back. And that's the problem with it being set. I like how it's literally moving faster than, or they're getting shocked back faster than they can move forward. I mean, what if this just was too? Thank you. That works a lot better. And that kind of makes like a lot more sense. Because like, yeah, they recover so much more quickly. Yeah, some might even say 10 times more quickly. I mean, this is funny. Like, that is hilarious to me. And maybe we set it so it deals less damage to the wind, I mean. Not that it deals a lot to begin with, but it did, like, kill one, I think. Like, I have to analyze this on a one-by-one basis. Like, one of them doesn't do a lot. It's when you get a good breeze going. That it actually can do stuff. which I think I'm okay with. Um, because if we, because I think I'm gonna half the mana that gets condensed, like the half this, either the rate that it comes out or half the like density that it spawns at. And I think it's the rate that it comes out, but I don't know. Because I think all of the spells are equally really good, except for fire right now. But that's because I haven't set it up to burn. Like, statuses aren't in the game yet for enemies. And as such, like, I can't add burn or wet or like stuff like that. So yeah, I think next, and I don't know if we did a good amount today. I mean, I have only been going for like 4 hours. Five hours I've been working on this. Yeah. We need to... like, all... yeah. I don't know. We have a decent amount of stuff to do. Like, this should be easy, this should be easy. This probably pretty hard. Main menu pretty easy. Mana splitter probably fine. We're probably done with mana for the minimum viable product. Spells, I want at least these, but I would like another set of each of them on top of each other. So like gray mana and fire mana, gray mana and water mana, gray mana and air mana, gray mana and earth, fire and water, fire and air, fire and earth, water and air, water and earth, air and earth. Like, I want those, and that way, like, it'll actually have, if I can just do that, that brings a lot of variety to the table. So, if I can do spells that work on that, then that would be great. Um, I'm tired for some reason. Almost sounded like Bane there. No one cared who I was before I put on the mask. No one cared who I was before I put on the mask. Luke, I am your father. No, Luke, I am your father. You killed my father. No, I am your father. Anyway, statuses would give some nice depth. And then enemies. In-game shop. How am I even gonna do that? Like, it'll be fine because I'll just have each wave drop like a few gold coins proportionate to how many enemies you kill. Easy peasy. But like, what are you buying? I guess wand parts. Let's go to Krita. Oh yeah, that was my original Krita version of. Not what I wanted, but coolio. Wand parts. There we go. I also need to add animation for the wand parts. But if I'm gonna have them buy wand parts, then like I'm gonna need that. Then again, they can also buy. Oh shit. Oopsies. We have some stuff to add. A big one is the character. HP, enemies, damage, character. Losing, slash game over. Like maybe defense. Upgrades. Yeah, we'll do that, and then you can buy stuff for the character, I guess. And then that way, you'll have something else to spend your money on. That being said, it's kind of weird that you're technically inside the wand and then you're doing it. You're buying stuff for the character. But, oh well. But you know what? I think that's where I'm gonna end it. Took us 5 hours to implement this, or spells, but also like we did these mana converters. We implemented these. Like we did this, but I'm not counting it because we don't have statuses in yet. So not only do we have to figure out how to have statuses on enemies, but we have to not only do we have to figure out how to have statuses on enemies, but we have to figure out how to have spells apply them. And honestly, that's not that hard with how we're doing it. We're doing this in a non-optimal way, like how we're handling this, but also we have 5 days left. Four days left. The 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, and then 14th. It's kind of like due on, so we have 4 or 5 days. 4 to 5 days. Well, 4 because like I'm gonna be busy all Tuesday, but I might be able to get in stuff. I won't be able to stream, but I'll be busy all Tuesday. But I might be able to like put some work in. Let's see here. Yeah, like we can just add another field, like, and call it like apply poison or whatever. Apply burning. Burning's gonna have to damage the enemy, but not cause it to have things. So like we'll probably just run through, like down here, be like run through the status effects and like apply status effect if I have it. And then I guess that's what we could do. We could have another if. Like, we could be doing it like this. Ugh. Gross. Gross. Gag. Hashtag gag me with a spoon. But we could run through, have a bunch of ifs. Like, if I have poison, if I have burning, if I have wet, then, like, it does it, and then it subtracts DT from the amount of time that I have it. Waves, types, animations. So, I think I'm going to, because, like, if we look at the game, right? All the good art, and yes, I'm counting this as good art, I've made in Krita. And I think this, like, yes, technically these manas I've made in Krita too. If we look at that and we're like, yeah, well, like, eh. But, like, also, we saw me make that and I just made a circle. But all what I'm calling the good art I made in Krita, like the background and stuff, like, I think that's really good because it looks like a child's drawing, and that's kind of what we're going for. All the bad art I made in Sprite, so like the character, the spell effects, the troll, like all of that I made in Sprite. So I think I'm going to redo all that art one day, and maybe that's what I do tomorrow. Maybe that's what I do some other day. Maybe that's what I end up doing on Thursday, because the game jam ends Friday. Is redo all the art. And then that way I'll be like, okay, this is all the art that I have to get done. So, yeah, I think I'll just redo the art. Maybe Thursday, maybe Wednesday. I'll redo the art Wednesday. Then on Thursday and Friday, I'll have that time in order to transfer this to the web and get end script and working and everything like that. Then Monday, cough cough, tomorrow, cough cough, technically today. But Monday we'll get enemies done. And then worst case scenario, shop ends up being, oh, wave 1 complete. And then it casts like 3 cards and you select one. And it's like Earth mana. Air. Fire. Or something. So we'll see. If I can get a few different types of enemies in, then that would be pretty good. And I don't even know if I care if they're recolors of another. Like, if I just do the... Like, if I get Goblin, Troll, Goblin Wolf Rider, Bat, and then at wave 10 it turns into Red Goblin Wolf Rider, Red Troll, and like Purple Bat, then I don't really know if I care. Considering it's like, this is due, but like the game jam's over on Friday, so. And I don't necessarily know if we're doing enemy animations. I'm just gonna be honest. And like, the best part is, I think that this is a really good idea. I don't necessarily know how to make it fun though. Right? Like, sure, maybe it turns into like an idle thing. Maybe I think one of the things is that it's way too easy right now because of how fast that this spawns. The troll's also probably going to be a tanky enemy. I kind of think that it'll have regen too, and if we can get burning implemented, then that means that the regen would be disabled for it when it's burning. So I think that would be cool. I'm glad that I don't have to do music for this. That being said, even at half spawn rate, like these guys would be making it twice as far, I think. That being said, we did do this before, and mana is quote unquote unstable. Oh man, I gotta write a tutorial for this too. Just trying to figure out how to... Because I think it, like, once we get the interactions between enemies and different spells going, that's gonna make this interesting. Because we could have an armored enemy that doesn't get blown back, doesn't take as much damage from like air magic kind of thing. It is just like heavier. Ooh, that's something we could do. We could... Me, turning this into, like, a physics simulation. We could add mass to the enemies, and then that way, like, the heavier enemies get knocked back less far. Anyway. So I'm just trying to clean these glasses for a second. I can't tell if that means that we beat all the trolls or... Well, we'll see if they come back, but yeah, I think once we get some interactions going between enemies and the spells, that'll be really good. I'm gonna say that we beat all the trolls. The character stuff should be pretty easy if we're being honest. Like, oh, the troll got to you. The goblin got to you, minus HP. And then put the attack on cooldown. but we wouldn't really have to worry about that. Considering, like, I'm planning on having a lot of enemies. And I'm hoping that by having a lot of enemies on the screen at once, that'll make it more fun. Like, we're gonna have to do a lot of fun testing. It's just a shame that it took a while to get here. That being said, I did lose 3 days, but that's not. Oh shit, I still haven't finished this level. Oh, well, this is where I'm gonna call it. So, thanks for watching. If you liked what you saw, then make sure to hit that like button, subscribe, comment, chat. I'll probably be streaming again tomorrow. And I'll see you next time. Peace.